So good morning, everyone. Can you all hear me? Just give me a sign. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you for nodding and for the thumbs up. So happy to see you all being here on time online in our Zoom session. I'm absolutely delighted to officially open the SMART Online Hackathon that is taking place in the framework of the SMART project. I know all of you are very well familiar with the project and with its activities and goals, so I won't be diving into that matter. However, I'd like to draw your attention to the fact that today and tomorrow we're going to focus on open innovation. That is one of the main components of the SMART project. My name is Kristina Mutlieva, as you can see. I'm Director of International Cooperation at Varna University of Management in Bulgaria at the Black Sea coast. Some of you, or many of you, probably have been to Varna, and if not, you'll have the chance sooner or later in the future to visit us. Varna University of Management and myself, we've been collaborating with the universities in Armenia, Belarus, Moldova for over 10 years. Our friendship and collaboration and project, common project endeavors go back at least 10 years. And I've been to all your places and countries and cities, and I really cherish very warm memories of previous visits of ours to Armenia, Belarus, and Moldova. And I also very much look forward to having the chance to visit some of you when and once this becomes possible. For now, today and tomorrow, we're going to stick to the Zoom facility and to the communication channel that Zoom is offering for us. I'd like to share my presentation in the very beginning and give you some basic housekeeping rules. So for the moment, there are over 60 participants registered and present online. And there are also external participants. Some housekeeping rules in the very beginning. Hope you can see my screen. I'm hopeful that's the case. So first of all, as you've probably noticed, this session is being recorded. Kindly take note of this fact and be aware that it is actually camera and recording is ongoing for the purposes of project reporting. We have to be able to afterwards provide evidence of this two-day event to your coordinators, to the national Erasmus Plus offices in Belarus, Moldova, and Ukraine, and Armenia, and to report also to the executive agency in Brussels. Whenever speaking, please always keep your camera on. Switch on your camera whenever speaking. If you feel comfortable with being with the camera switched on during the rest of the time, you're most welcome. What we really want to have is actually audience on the other side of the screen that is active and interested and present, both physically and in spirit. So to minimize, by the way, any background noises, especially when you speak, to minimize any background noises, always mute yourself when you're not speaking. It's highly appreciated because, like I said, for the time being, there are over 60 of us being present, and probably in the course of today, more would log in. So being aware of the minimum background noise is crucial. Switch off, if possible, any applications, phones, put those aside. We've all been to so many meetings in Zoom over the last more than 18 months. And we know that very often people keep sort of checking their emails or Facebook messenger messages, etc. My point is that this is such a rare event that all of us are sitting together, even if online, and sharing knowledge, enthusiasm, presence. So we better sort of focus on what's going on right now, because, like I said, time is limited. We have today and tomorrow. If you want to ask a question, that this is very important, always leave a note in the chat box, address to VUM friends participant. This is our technical support. These are my colleagues who are taking care of the technical facilitation of this event. And you can also send an email to Erasmus. The email address erasmus@vumk.eu. This is the Erasmus. This is the email. This is the address you received yesterday. A message from us. Okay, so either erasmus@vumk.eu by simply even replying to our message from yesterday, or leaving a message in the chat box to VUM Friends Team. Friends Team. This is another project where University of Management is involved in another capacity building project. And finally, speaking of the basic housekeeping rules, which are very evident, right? But very often people sort of tend to ignore those. For this particular 2 days, may I please ask you to register with first, or to rename your registration by first indicating your university. For instance, VUM, like Varna University of Management, Kristina Mutlieva, or SALM, like State Agrarian University of Moldova, and then the name of the participant. The reason for that is because we will need your collaboration on this at the time of later on during the day, when we are going to distribute and allocate you to the different breakout session rooms as originally planned. So that's why we need to know your university, home university, because most of you would be working in teams organized around your sending institutions or your home universities. So this was about the housekeeping rules. The main reason why are we here today, this is actually the final sort of most important activity in the project dedicated to the component of open innovation. You may recall that in this project and in this 7 smart cafes established at your 7 universities across Armenia, Belarus, and Moldova, you had the opportunity in the course of the last 2, 3, 4 years to focus on activities linked to student startup support. In other words, you sort of received knowledge, support and knowledge and access to expertise and mentoring in the field of student startup and business startups. And on the other hand, your smart cafes had also focused on open innovation. So we sort of want, with this event today and tomorrow, we really want to give you the chance to brainstorm, to ideate, to get together and use this time, this limited time, to come up with some innovative ideas, to get inspired from each other, to get inspired from the teams of the other universities, to get to know the other participants, even from the other universities and the other actually smart cafe learners from the other universities in the countries involved in the SMART project. Because to the best of my knowledge, so far no such opportunity has been offered. I mean, for life contact, even if online again. We very much hope that in the course of these 2 days, some really interesting and brilliant ideas, and ideas linked to new products or services will be generated for the company we're going to focus on. The company we're going to focus on, as indicated in the registration form, all of you have filled out and submitted. You may recall that this is Albena joint stock company in Bulgaria, which is the largest hotel company in Bulgaria. It's located at the Black Sea coast. They very much hope, about 30 minutes drive from Varna. So I very much hope that those of you who haven't been to Bulgaria and Albena had at least a chance and time to Google them and to get ready for and sort of collect background information on the company. In any case, in the course of of my presentation a bit later, I'm going to sort of share with you the main information, the key information and data to know about the company from the last 2 years, in order to be able to place your ideas and make them and contextualize those in view of what is going on at the company right now, or has been going on at the company right now since last year. Needless to say, the reason we are focusing on COVID-19 and the challenges the pandemic is continuing to impose on all of us. The reason for that is that is currently the most burning problem and issue for all of us, regardless whether we are active in the field of education, whether we talk about tourism, the economic sector, politics, you name it. COVID-19 has been dominating our daily agenda and lives for the last more than 18 months. And this is also the case for the company itself. And like I mentioned later today, I'm going to share with you some of the main challenges faced by the company and how they've been trying to address those so far. What we're looking at today and tomorrow is to hear from you ideas outside the box, ideas coming from an external sort of point of view that may prove by far more efficient, because, you know, when you're sort of looking at an issue from the outside, you have a different perspective, completely different one compared to the fact when you're within the problem, within the company, within the environment. And along with the development of new products and services, eventually for the biggest hotel chain in Bulgaria, hotel resort in Bulgaria and hotel company in Bulgaria, we also look forward to hearing from you ideas and suggestions on how to adopt ongoing processes, whether it's in the field of marketing or in the area of management or in terms of safety and security, in order to sort of improve the company's performance in the near future. So let me go further with my next slide. I mentioned open innovation a couple of times today. I know all of you, I hope all of you are very well aware of what open innovation is all about. Here in my slides, I still felt the urge to highlight some important or some of the available definitions of open innovation. Some of these in particular seem to be clearest and more easy and easiest to understand to me, and I thought I'm going to share that with you, although I have no doubts that you've already sort of come across this type of information. In any case, the open innovation aims to enable firms to integrate both external knowledge and expertise. In this case today, your knowledge, and tomorrow, your knowledge and your expertise and your brilliant ideas coming from, like I said, an external source. And also the idea for the companies to benefit from open innovation is very often, or the purpose of that is very often because they also want to cut costs or increase efficiency. So this is what we're looking at today and tomorrow. It's definitely a tool for reaching out to not only external stakeholders, but also potential employees, potential clients, customers, you name it. I mean, the open innovation mechanism, the concept is a great mechanism for linking, for opening up a company towards a flow of external ideas coming from, like I said, potential employees, even maybe some of you would end up, if not working for Urbana, at least working in the tourism sector. And even in Bulgaria, I'll tell you why this is also possible later in the presentation. And also, some of you may become, potential visitors and guests and tourists. So this is what open innovation is all about: linking companies who tend to be very often very focused on their own ideas and perspectives with potential external interested parties. And as I already mentioned a bit earlier today, companies may decide to benefit from open innovation for various reasons, basically for good reasons and for bad reasons. They may decide to do so because they are really open to innovation and they want to hear fresh ideas and they want to implement those. And they want to hire brilliant people. That's something good to look at as a purpose and something to really benefit from. On the other hand, open innovation, like very much also in times of COVID, could be the reason for that could be because companies wanting to reduce costs. They want to, sort of, instead of hiring people to work and for the company, they may just want to, shortly use open innovation as an avenue for ideas how to minimize risk, how to mitigate risks, how to reduce costs, etc. Whatever the company's reason is, good or bad, open innovation could be and would be always helpful if the company is open to that. And luckily, Urbana is very much open to not only receive new ideas, but also to hire seasonal employees in various positions, including on expert level, not only on services level, employees from countries in Moldova, in Belarus, in Ukraine, in Russia, Armenia. And the reason I'm mentioning this is that the company has been hiring staff members and employees from these countries, which also represents an important market, international market for quite some time, at least for 2 or 3 years already. In the agenda, we promised you a quick overview in the very beginning of what we are going to do today and tomorrow, just to make sure that everything is clear and we are all on the same side when it comes to what we are going to do. So right after we finish this session, I'm going to introduce you to, we have a sort of surprise for you guys, or I have a brilliant surprise for you. I'm going to introduce you to a brilliant colleague of ours and partner of ours from the Philippines. So we're very international today. I'd like to highlight this because on top of having representatives from Armenia and participants from Armenia, Belarus, Moldova, Bulgaria, obviously, we also have an expert, a real expert in technopreneurship and open innovation in the Philippines, who will be contributing to our TJ event. And Cheryl, her name is Cheryl. I'm going to introduce her in an instant. Cheryl will be involved in the improvisation exercises when and where we want you guys to sort of get energized and dive into motivated and enthusiastic and dive into the exercises and breakout sessions to follow later today. After the improvisation exercises, I'm going to tell you a little bit about the company, actually quite a lot about the company, and the COVID-19 measures already being implemented in Urbana. In other words, what we want to do is, not reinvent the wheel in the course of the next 2 days. We want to tell you what is the current context, what is in place right now, and as measures and activities aiming to mitigate the risks and the threats of the COVID-19 pandemic. And then you have to take it from there and build on this knowledge and build on this already existing experience and try to come up with innovative ideas, brilliant ideas, which haven't crossed the mind of the Avena workers so far and management so far. So after presenting the company and the challenges for our hackathon, we're going to have a very short coffee break, and then returning. As you can see, by the way, all times indicated here are meant to be Brussels time, because the project is funded by the European Commission. So I thought it's only fair to use Brussels as an orientation and starting point when it comes to measuring time and scheduling activities. So after the short coffee break, our first short coffee break, we're going to have a crash course in pitching and presenting. And this is crucial. It's going to be delivered by Cheryl, who has extensive experience in doing so and doing such activities and courses and teaching, like I said, technopreneurship, entrepreneurship, etc. We're going to have a lunch break. And speaking of lunch break, this is the time when you're going to have lunch break, and we, the UM technical team, my colleagues actually in particular, they are going to distribute you to the different breakout session rooms. You will be working in the afternoon throughout the most part of today's afternoon. The purpose of the breakout sessions, when different teams, preliminary or set up in advance, will focus on one particular challenge. The purpose for that, the reason for that, is that we want to give you the time to, discuss the information that you're going to receive before that from us, and try to, again, brainstorm and come up with some brilliant ideas, and to also get how to solve partially, at least, if not all challenges. Obviously, all of us are aware that we can't save the world, we can't save the company in 2 days, but what is crucial is for you guys to really try and think outside the box, because in the time span, in the short time span, a lot of brilliant ideas and innovation can be born. And also during the afternoon sessions, you will be working on your own. You will need to sort of figure out and start preparing and prepare your pitch for tomorrow. Cheryl, myself, my colleagues from the UN, all of us will be visiting you in the breakout sessions, because obviously we'll have access. We will be visiting you and obviously visiting 25 breakout sessions is quite overwhelming, but we will do our best to, pop in and visit at least once all the breakout sessions, to ensure that we give you advice and support if needed. And also, in the meantime, I'm confident that your coordinators, your mentors, your coaches at the Smart Cafes at home are also available. Many of them are also online here today. So feel free to contact them also online, but like I said, or to invite them even in your breakout rooms if you want, but for sure you will get support from our team and also from Cheryl. And then at the end of the day, very late into the afternoon, we're going to shortly go back to the room, to the plenary session, to this main room, so Zoom room, so to speak, to wrap up our activities, and most importantly, to remind ourselves of what's coming next on day 2. And day 2 is what I'm really excitingly looking forward to. That is tomorrow, because this is when you're going to present your pitches. You're very short and concise, and hopefully very brilliant ideas on how to solve partially, at least, one of the 4 challenges, or how to address at least one of the 4 challenges originally announced. In the morning, tomorrow morning, once we've gathered together again in the main in the main Zoom room, for which there is another link. Throughout the whole day, there is one Zoom link only to use, and that's indicated in the agenda. As we circulated yesterday with you, right under at the beginning of day 1. For day 2, there is a different link, Zoom link, to be used throughout the whole day 2. Pay attention to that and use it tomorrow morning. After we've gathered tomorrow morning shortly, You will be again allocated, split in different, you'll be working in different breakout sessions, same ones as today, because during those sessions, your teams, your predefined teams are going to rehearse the pitches to be presented later tomorrow. We'll start with the pitching activities and sessions at 10:15 Brussels time tomorrow, and we will be listening to probably 24, 25 pitches. I hope, guys, you will, I'm sure you'll be brilliant, and I hope you will be enjoying that session as much as we are going to enjoy it, because this will be actually the real opportunity to see what peers reviewers are doing in the other countries, and universities involved in this project, to learn from them, to get to know them, and to hopefully also get inspired for on how to improve your university's smart cafes and their activities in the field of open innovation. So tomorrow there are 3 main sessions dedicated to the pitching of your brilliant ideas. Precise instructions on how to pitch, what to pitch, how long to pitch, who will be in charge of your teams, of each team's pitching activities. This is coming shortly in the course of today. So you will be having all the instructions, including on what to do and how to do it tomorrow. And also you'll be having the opportunity to learn from Cheryl on how to pitch and how to be impressive, because Cheryl and myself as well, but Cheryl even more, we've been sitting quite a lot of panels, whether it's about student startup support or, you know, it's really important to make the best of the 5 minutes you will be given, because, you know, this is, when it comes to the pitching activities, it's very much, you know, the wisdom of you can't make a first impression twice is very much valid, fortunately or unfortunately. So you've got a very limited time, and you will be expected to be very attractive and interested, because among others, we're going to not only assess the idea, its relevance, originality, innovative aspect, but also your own performance. And let's face it, it's really important to also rehearse on that. That's why you're going to have tomorrow morning a little bit of time to do that. And then in the afternoon, later in the afternoon, after we've listened to all pitches and we've watched all of your team's presentations, we'll gather and consolidate view and team, because there are more of us working to be in the assessment panel, and also my colleague Cheryl, our colleague and friend Cheryl in the Philippines. So we will be consolidating our marks and points allocated to all your teams, and we'll come up with the solution of with the final solution of awarding 4 awards on consortium level 1 per challenge. And then that's it, but you're going to take it from there and hopefully work more and get inspired to work a lot on the open innovation concept. Expectations of the hackathon. Just want to tell you that in theory, you can perform individually or in teams. Most of you from 7 universities involved have indicated their wish to collaborate in teams. Whatever your decision is, we take note of that. But what I want to make sure is that you can't really change your mind in the course of the days if you've if you've committed to work with your team, and that's been shared with us yesterday, but at the latest, please take note that you have to stick with your colleagues and work with them throughout the whole 2 days. So in other words, it's not possible, even from technical point of view, to jump from team to team. Once you've been assigned a team, you've chosen your friends, you will be working with them for the course of these 2 days. because of the big, extremely overwhelming interest, at least stated at the registration phase, we decided to give each team the opportunity to focus on one single challenge, one of the 4 listed in the registration form, because we simply can't have time to listen to 24 twice to 50 or 60 challenges, pitches throughout the tomorrow's session. So we're happy and grateful for your interest and commitment, and we look forward to hearing your solution, your ideas on one single predefined challenge as identified in the registration form. During your pitch tomorrow, there will be 1 pitch per team, and you will have 5 minutes sharp to present. So after the 5th minute is over, we're going to mute you, unfortunately. I know this may sound rude, but those of you who have experience, or you'll be having experience in pitching in front of investors, hopefully someday, or other, stakeholders. So sticking to the time limitations is crucial, because we have to be aware of the others' timing and preparation and efforts made in preparing for the event. In other words, 5 minutes, and we will meet you and give the floor to the next participant. And the way you will present, within your team tomorrow, is your choice. Your 5 minutes are your choice. Whether you're going to, have like all 4 of you in a particular team performing, or it's going to be one single, so to speak, speaker for the group, or there will be 2 out of the 5 if that's your team to present. We don't mind, as long as you stick to the time limitation of 5 minutes, and as long as you make your best efforts to sort of benefit most from this short time. And 5 minutes is by far more than an elevator pitch of 60 seconds, right? So you still have quite a lot of time to share and with us quite a lot, obviously in a very concise manner anyway. So no more than 10 slides will be allowed. You can prepare 100, but obviously for 5 minutes, it doesn't make sense. So please make sure you keep also your PPTs, if any, used to the minimum number. And then each of your pitches, you have to focus on the team, on the proposed solution relevance, on its innovative aspect, and also on its sustainability. And this is it for now. And now I'm going to give the floor to my colleague, friends, long-term ally in projects and in entrepreneurial efforts, Cheryl Sattore, Dr. Cheryl Sattore in the Philippines. Cheryl has a PhD in technopreneurship. She has, by the way, also a bachelor degree in mathematics and informatics. So she's brilliant, as you will see shortly. And she has extensive experience in working with startups, with young startups, with mentoring those, with accelerating those. She was part of one of UM's projects called Beehive, that aim to build entrepreneurial ecosystems at universities in the Philippines and in Indonesia. So we had similar units like yours. Those were called Beehive accelerators, and not smart cafes, but the purpose was the same. So Cheryl is a mentor, a teacher, a professor, and also herself a young entrepreneur. And she also works currently she's focusing on technopreneurship in renewables, in the field of renewable energy. And she's working for an Australian American company as well, along with teaching at the University of Cebu. Cheryl, I hope you can see me, you can hear me, and I'm going to give the floor to you to guide the students, to get to know the students and guide them through the hot potato game. We're going to play.
Thank you so much, Christina. Hello, everyone. Good morning. It's nice to see you here, all of you here. So the room is fully packed with 50 plus people. So that's very overwhelming, but I am sure that we can get through all the day for day one of this hackathon. Now, just to loosen up, let's have an improvisation exercise. You know, the purpose of this is to loosen up. It's to relax a bit before we deep dive into today's session. So this is very easy. It's very flexible to execute, especially for virtual meetups like this. So very easy to execute. Now, what are we going to do? So I will act as a host. So I will be the starting person. So I am the host. What I'm going to do is I have to say one word. Okay, so any word at random. So I'm going to say one word. After saying that one word, I have to call another person in this Zoom meeting. So definitely this improvisation exercise will test your mental alertness. Definitely, because you have to stay alert. You don't know who will be called next. So I will tell a word. I will call another person in this meeting room. And then that person whom I'm going to call will say another word that is associated to the word that I have just said, and then call another person. And then this goes on and on until the last person is being called. So for example, so I have here a very simple illustration, or although this is not the word yet, so you don't know what my first word, okay? So example, let's say I will have my first word is apple. I'm going to call John in the meeting room. John will tell juice, because juice is really associated to apple. And then John will call Maria. Maria will then say breakfast, right? And Maria will call Ivan. Ivan will say morning, and so on and so forth. Okay, can you give me a thumbs up or a smiley or a tada reaction for me to know if everything is clear, so that I could give you my first word? Thumbs up, please. Okay, so we have from BSU. I see from BSU. What about the others? Okay, Constantine. All right. Okay, so let's start. So my first word, so since I am the host, my first word is bicycle. Again, my first word is bicycle, and I am calling Annie from BSU. Annie, my first word is, yes, so the word is bicycle. Annie, can you give me a word that is associated to bicycle?
A noun, yes, not a verb or an adjective.
It could be a noun, a verb, or anything.
Riding.
Okay, riding. Annie, call another person.
Lilith from BSU. Lilith Panosam from BSU.
Okay, Lilith. Riding is the word. Lilith? Is Lilith around?
So
okay,
guys, you have to be aware and present. So if Lilith is not here, then she's not here. The reason for being online is we want to know who is sitting out there.
She's typing and she's unmuted.
Okay, so unmute yourself, Lilith. The word is riding. So give one word associated to riding. Okay, there's a problem with your microphone. Can you just type that word? Car. So car, that's great. And then call another person, Lilith. Just type it if you want. Call another random. Erin. So the word is car and Erin is called. Erin?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Erin, go ahead.
So I think, for example, autumn.
The word is
autumn.
Auto? Okay, the word is auto. Call another person.
So, for example, just a minute.
Call another person.
Yes, I see here Clara from, I don't know.
Okay, Clara. The word is auto. Clara? Vehicle. So the word is vehicle. And then call another person. So someone type vehicle. Road. Okay, Clara is actually typing road. Okay, Clara, can you call another person? Another person? Okay, just type it, Clara. No problem. Or I'll just have to call one random person. Okay, so the word is road, and I am calling. Okay, I am calling Elena. Elena?
Sorry, which one?
The word is road. Elena?
Elena is actually a professor, so she might not be present throughout the meeting. I'll tell you,
Okay.
Construction.
Okay,
Construction
Christina is
work.
construction.
Construction
Okay, good.
works.
Okay.
And I'm calling, because I'm calling 1 second. Olivia Plamadeala from ASEM.
So you are calling?
Olivia from ASEM, Team ASEM, if someone could sort of speak up.
Olivia.
It was construction.
Hello, maybe it will be building.
Very good, building. Okay. And then Olivia, you call another person.
Okay, Anush from GSO.
Anush?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I will give my word for freedom, yes? But it was really associated to the previous word, but now I am for that word, freedom.
Okay, freedom. And then you're calling another person.
Yeah, I'm going to call BSU. No. ASEM. It's not seen from my part. The first part of the noun is mata, yeah?
Okay.
Okay. So your word was freedom.
The word was freedom.
Okay, my word democracy. I will choose.
Democracy. Okay, and then call another person.
Larissa Gevorgyan.
Hi everyone. My word is the last word is democracy. Yeah?
Yes.
My word is youth.
Youth. Okay.
And
Larissa.
Armenuhim.
Okay. Let's have Armenian. Is that right? Can we have?
Yes, 1 second. So the word was youth
Yes.
is drive.
Okay. Call another person.
The person, 1 second, just 1 second. One minute, let me find the participants and I'm gonna tell. Excuse me. Lara.
Yes. Who is the next person to call?
I think Armenuhi has problem connected with internet. So
okay. Can you call Larissa, the next person? The word was drive, or is it drive? Was it drive or youth? Can you call another person?
So the word was youth, right? The last one.
Yeah, the last word was youth. The next is drive. Yeah.
Yes, that's right. And Call another person, Larissa.
Okay, so balon done, yeah?
Balamnan. Okay, the word was drive.
I'm
Okay,
going to say speed.
okay. And the word was, can you repeat?
Speed.
Okay, speed. All right. And then call another participant.
BSU Edgar.
Okay, BSU Edgar.
Hi,
right.
everyone. My word would be motorcycle.
Motorcycle.
And
Then?
I will be calling Tatiana.
All right.
USARB.
USARB. And then we have motorcycle was the word.
Yes, Tatiana.
Yes. Tatiana. Is it Tatiana, right?
Hi to everyone.
Hello.
Hello.
I associate with the word with
Music.
Music.
Michael.
Okay. Call another person, Tatiana.
Okay. Christina Sadove.
Okay, Christina, the word was music. Christina, the word was music. Okay, Christina answered in the chat. Dances. Thank you, Christina. Call another person. Or type another person. David, Porciso of USARB. David, the word is dances. David?
Hello.
Hi.
Maybe guitar.
Okay. Then call another person.
Choose Irina Zmeu.
That is from?
I don't know.
Can you call it again?
Irina Zmeu.
Okay, Irina. Okay. Are you active, Irina? Okay. So I guess I have to call another person. So the word was guitar. I am calling Vika of USARB. Vika? Vika, the word was guitar. Okay, I think let's have, how about Nicolay of USARB? The word was guitar.
Hello.
Yes.
My word is rock group.
Okay, call another person.
1 second.
Call another person.
Or maybe if there is anyone who hasn't been active to call it, and then we can finish, because I think those who are literally present and in spirit and in flesh have already shared some great ideas. I see drums in the chat.
Yes, drums, and you're calling the last person, because we only have 2 minutes left. So let's have last one person. Okay, guitar. And then you're calling another person. Petrasco. Yes, and then who is the next person? The word was drums.
Sorry, Cheryl, with the drums, I was thinking of Nervous Neighbors, to be honest.
Yes, that's right. All right. Yes. Somebody actually.
Okay, I can volunteer. The last word was rock, and my word is party.
That's
okay. Party. Thank you so much. So you see, from the word bicycle, it ended with a party. So that's the power of chain reaction, calling one person after another with random words. All right. So now let's proceed to on a serious note. And so let's have Christina.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm back. Let me just share my screen once again. So thank you guys. Thank you all who were reactive, because this is the reason of this, the purpose of this game, to react quickly, to use the very limited time you've got at your disposal to produce whatever is required at the moment. And this is these skills, like, you know, being reactive, being smart, being innovative, being quick, are crucial for your success tomorrow at the pitching event. So thank you all who took part, and those who were shy or didn't have good enough connection to take part. I'm sure you guys are going to get energized in the course of the day. Anyway, so for now, let's continue with the presentation, and this is when I need to we need to have your full attention, because now I'm going to share a couple of important informations that you can use and should use as a starting point when figuring out what to do, what to suggest as a solution to the challenges linked to COVID-19 to this company. And in the beginning, it's crucial to sort of be aware of what the company is all about and what is it doing. How are they performing in general before and after COVID, and what is the context? I mean, the tourism environment and overall the economic environment and business environment in Bulgaria. So as I already mentioned earlier today, and hopefully some of you had done also some background check after registration and Google the company. So this is the largest hotel company in Bulgaria. You know, Bulgaria is very famous for tourism, for its tourism, especially at the Black Sea coast, especially during the summer season, especially with the mass of tourism opportunities. That's been the trend for a very long time, up until last year, the COVID-19 pandemic kicked in and sort of caught unprepared everyone, including those working in the field of tourism, in the tourism sector in Bulgaria, very, very unprepared for this huge challenge. So the company, that's the largest hotel company in Bulgaria. Like I mentioned, they own 3 resorts. They have a resort, they own the Obena resort. There is also a small resort in Primorsku. That is very, very to the south of the Black Sea coast, close to the border with Turkey, to the Turkish border. And there is also another holiday village up north here in Bulgaria, close to the Romanian border, that is called Bialata Laguna. So the joint stock company we're focusing on today and tomorrow, they actually run 2 resorts. However, the Obena resort itself is the biggest and sort of occupies the major part of the portfolio of the company, and also of the revenues, expenditure, loss, profits, etc. So under what is very interesting, because like I told you earlier, we want you to know the context and the background. Under this umbrella of Obena Economic Company, the Obena Joint Stock Company manages numerous other businesses, affiliated businesses that are linked in one way or another to the activity, to the main tourism and hotel and accommodation activities of Obena Resort. In other words, as you can see here, they have a 2 operating subsidiary. They've got there is a company affiliated to Obena Joint Stock Company under the Obena Economic Group that is focusing on organization of events. They have a very strong portfolio in congress tourism. They have also, they offer opportunity, they have a company that's focusing on transportation and car rental, transportation of passengers, bus transport, coaches, for transfers and also for excursions, you name it, they do all of this. They also have a specialized hospital for focusing on rehabilitation. So not curing people when they're very diseased, but focusing on the subsequent period of recovery and rehabilitation. And they have very strong medical center. They also do a lot of agriculture. They have a lot of properties, agricultural properties, because they grow their own vegetables and fruits, and they also use those in some of their hotels to serve tourists. They offer also bio and organic agricultural products. They even have an aviation portfolio. They have their own very, very small fleet, but still very, very small. So, but still they're also having a look at that too, and are engaged in that too. They also, as you can see, are involved in investment in installation for production of electricity from biomass and waste. They're very much into renewable energy, renewables usage across the resort and the hotels. They are also engaged with real estate, with the production of furniture. So you name it. They apart from offering beds in hotels and meals in restaurants, they do all of the above. I just listed here shortly. In one way or another, using this opportunity to, on the one hand, increase efficiency of the main activity of the main portfolio of the hotel company. But on the other hand, it's not only about efficiency; it's also about quality. By quality guarantee by producing your own furniture or organic vegetables. They try to put a focus on quality and highlight this. The short chains of production, the use of local products, whether it's in terms of food or local production of furniture and etc. So they sort of cover every possible activity that is linked in one way or another to the main portfolio. If tourists arrive, they will pick them up at the airport, and through and secure the transfers. Obviously, they would feed them with the food I told you. They will also use electricity from the waste produced at the resort and the biomass from the waste and biomass produced at the resort. So all of this is very crucial for the company and for the company's success. And also, what is very interesting that I mentioned, and probably also when googling the company, you've identified that their main activities are provision of accommodation, of hotel accommodation during the summer season. Yes, that's true. That's the main share within their spectrum of activities. However, they also, with the Congress tourism, with the organization of excursions, with the tour operating activities, and the organization of excursions for tourists outside Bulgaria, within the country, for guests of the resort or not. Through all this, they also try to diversify their portfolio by not only focusing on high summer season, but trying to prolong the season during which Bulgaria is welcoming tourists. It's actually a matter of national policy, a policy of national level, navigated by the Ministry of Tourism in Bulgaria, to prolong, to extend the duration of the otherwise very short tourism season in Bulgaria. So, most of us would go on vacation in the course of June, July, August, and sometimes early September if lucky enough. And that's all. But a company cannot survive really by focusing on active activities in the course of 3 months. That's why, like I said, they try to be also an active tour operating company and send local tourists here in Bulgaria to Greece, to Switzerland for skiing, you name it, they do all of the above. And also tourists, when they arrive, even during the summer, to the Black Sea coast, they also try to there is a strong intention to show to those tourists more of Bulgaria, not just the beach, and not just eventually Varna, that is the largest city close to Albania. They also want to show them Sofia. They want to show them the UNESCO heritage. This is the 7 UNESCO heritage sites in Bulgaria, and this is how they try in efforts to take the otherwise beach tourists to interesting cultural places and offer to them cultural tourism. So they do quite a lot, and that's significant and was significant for them in the course of efforts to survive in the immediate aftertime of the pandemic outbreak. So the company, this is a public company whose shares are traded on the Bulgarian Black Stock Exchange. So you can buy their shares as an employee. You can also have access to shares. Obviously, members of the board have the management board of directors have also shares. So it's a public company, very active on the Bulgarian Stock Exchange. They were officially opened 52 years ago, almost to the date, as you can see, on 24th of August. 2 years ago, when none of us was aware of what's coming next with the pandemic, they had a huge series of huge celebrations with the prime minister and the large part of the government also attending those, apart from ambassadors and very high level of representation. And also they had huge cultural, series of cultural celebrations, a lot of concerts marking the 50th anniversary. Rumor says it that the first tourists in August 1969 were actually Czechoslovak students who came to Bulgaria and who were accommodated in some bungalows, in the first bungalows that were built on the place. On the resort. The resort itself is located to a national park that's very famous in terms of its biodiversity, and there is a unique ecosystem there. I'm not talking here about of course there is a unique entrepreneurial ecosystem there, but also speaking of biodiversity, there are a lot of rare species and flora that are actually very close and at the outskirts of the resort. So in other words, it offers an opportunity for really relaxing and experience close to the nature. The resort, like I said, the main activity is the large part of the portfolio is focusing on hotel accommodation. In the resort, they have 30 in Albania resort itself. They have 32 resorts. This year in total, 27 hotels opened. And last year, only half of the 32, roughly more, I think 18 hotels opened last year. And, in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic. And this year, there were only 5 hotels who didn't open in the outskirts of the resort, obviously, because there were not enough tourists. Like I mentioned, the company is managed by a board of directors. And they have, I already mentioned that their main portfolio is delivering of a complete full tourism product on both national and international markets. So in other words, they're focusing both on the Bulgarian market, but also very much on international market, on the international market and international tourism markets. They also deliver and organize a lot of sport events. Remember, I mentioned in my previous slide the intention to sort of prolong the season at the resort and go beyond the hot summer of June, July, August. And that's why usually very early in April, they will have a lot of sports events organized, whether it's a chess championship or because they have also sports halls. They have also a riding area, horse riding area. So various types of sport events are being typically organized. They have a lot of tennis courts. So there is a small tournament tennis tour they organize, tennis competitions they organize traditionally in spring. They organize a lot of, they have their own casino with a lot of, diverse, interesting cultural program. And basically on top of the tourism product of, of accommodation and food and beverage and transport, they do all of the above. And like I mentioned earlier, they are also engaged in design, building, and real estate, and they also invest in real estate. They also have offer rental services. They rent buildings of theirs. Then they invest in new buildings. They design new buildings. They construct new buildings. They construct old buildings. Most of the time, these are hotels, but also not only on their own territory, but with other company, with other hotels outside the company, which are not owned by the company, which are not the property of Albena. And they have a very, traditionally, they've had forever a very strong presence on the German, Russian, and Romanian international tourism market. In other words, for decades prior to 2020, the highest number of incoming tourists, inbound tourists per year were from Germany. And since for the last 15, I would say, or actually 20 years already, Romanian tourists occupy steadily the second place in terms of the number of tourists visiting Bulgaria, and in particular the resort. It's also quite close to the Romanian border. It's 30 minutes north from Varna. That means 30 minutes south from the Romanian border as well. And also Russian tourists, Russian-speaking tourists as well, who remember the resort from before 1989. So therefore on number 4, you can name, we can name also Moldova, Armenia, Belarus, Ukraine. Also, the Scandinavian market was well represented prior to COVID-19. So in terms of, some fast facts for the company, about the company, because remember I told you they do a lot, they make a lot of efforts to extend the season, to diversify their activities and portfolio, not to be dependent on the on hotel accommodation in the course of 3 months. But nevertheless, whatever they do, the main part of the personnel is hired on seasonal basis. For those, if not 3, but let's say 5-6 months of the year between April and October, because April is typically used to be prior COVID, the time when the early season would kickstart, and mid-October is as I would name it, one of the saddest time of the year for tourist places like Varna and Albena, because all of a sudden all the tourists are gone and there is huge silence that sort of could be also very depressing. Now, after the bustling summer we usually have. So main part of the personnel is hired on a seasonal basis. But of course, they've got seasonal and all year round employees for the reasons mentioned earlier and the activities mentioned earlier. As of July 2021, this is very fresh data, approximately 1,500 employees are hired. This is considered a huge employer in Bulgaria. And Bulgaria is a small market. The economy is the GDP is significantly lower than in Western Europe. Most of the companies, over 95%, are small and mid-sized enterprises. A very limited, small number are considered big companies. And Albena is considered one of the big employers, especially in the tourism sector. because probably actually the largest employer in the tourism sector in Bulgaria, because as you know, in tourism, in the tourism sector, most of the time most of the companies are small and mid-sized companies, very often even family enterprises. Whether it's a guest house or a restaurant or a small to operating company, in most cases, these are sometimes even micro companies, not even SMEs. So 1,500 employees, and this is quite a good figure as of July 9, 2021, taking into account the COVID-19 consequences, and it's not much lower compared to the level of employment in high season prior to 2020. You can see, by the way, that in the extended, so to speak, economic group of Albania, with all these subsidiaries and supporting and affiliated companies, as of July 2021, there are 21,000 employees hired. Obviously, quite a lot of the supporting businesses suffered a lot since the COVID-19 pandemic kicked in. Almost no one goes on, organized trips and vacation anymore. Just to give you an example, the purchasing power of people has decreased significantly. Hence, the lower consumption here, and also the lower need to go to restaurants to eat outside, you name it. So you can see here information. Oh, sorry. Let me go back to my slide. You can see here in my slide the net information on the net profit generated in 2019. This is after all the taxes applicable. Speaking of taxes, we don't have the time to dive into the Bulgarian tax system, especially even if applicable only in the tourism sector. However, one shall bear in mind that the profits, the taxes in Bulgaria, it's 10%. I mean, it's 10%, and also the VAT is 20%, 9% for hotel services and accommodation. So there is a touristic tax, so to speak, of 9% applicable to services linked to accommodation, hotel accommodation. So you can see here figures about the net profit generated in 2019, which was much bigger than in 2018. That was roughly 11 million Bulgarian leva. And in my next slides, you will see how that all dropped down to incredible lows in 2020. Obviously, why? For obvious reasons. The company's most recent financial reports from 2018 to 2019 are available because according to the Bulgarian legislation, I suppose in your country it's the same or similar, each large company, each joint stock company has to make public their consolidated annual financial report. And usually the deadline is June, 30th of June of the subsequent year. This year, because of the pandemic, the government and the National Assembly took a decision to prolong this period. And that's why the official consolidated financial report for 2020 of the company is not published yet in the commercial register of Bulgaria. It will be published later within the extended deadline. However, if for the purposes, however, some data is already published or started to be known, already circulated in public, and I'll tell you about that. But if you, for any reason, any of your teams want to see and work with the financial report of the company for the last pre-COVID-19, year 2019, send us an email to Erasmus. We can share the translation into the unofficial translation into English. I didn't want to sort of overwhelm everyone with such difficult material, difficult to digest, without your respect to all the financial experts. But if any one of you, any of your teams would like to see in detail how did the last consolidated financial report look like, let us know in the email. Send us an email to erasmus@umk.eu, and we will send an unofficial translation, because obviously the documents have been published and are available in the commercial register. This is public information, and it's available in the commercial register in Bulgaria, but in Bulgarian. And we wanted to, that's why we did a quick unofficial translation. My colleagues did that the other day for you guys. So the COVID-19, because the whole hackathon is about this whole COVID-19 and the tourism sector, and in particular this large company. Let me give you some background information on the whole tourism sector. So prior to 2020, tourism was considered one of the fastest developing sectors, not only in Bulgaria but throughout the whole EU. And over 22 million EU citizens were employed in tourism in Bulgaria. This was in 2018, as you can see in my slide. This figure was 93,000 jobs occupied by people working in the tourism sector, tourism and leisure sector. That represents approximately 3% of the whole employment in Bulgaria. So, 3% of everyone employed of all the employed people in Bulgaria work in tourism. And in contrast, typically approximately 11% of Bulgaria's GDP is generated by tourism, by the tourism sector. So in 2018 it was 11.6, 2019 it was 11.7, but it's usually around 11%. So a huge share of the GDP is generated by the tourism sector, regardless of the fact that only a small number of people are employed in this sector, which means they're very efficient. Or not, I don't know. I'm not an economist. So you can, of course, if any of you has an idea why, you can also touch upon this tomorrow in your short pitches. So in order to preserve the activities of the tourism, the companies active in the tourism sector, which are, like I said, a huge number are SMEs. So most of the EU countries, Bulgaria in particular, took very immediate measures last year in the course of summer 2020 to sort of try to provide financial support to these companies, and this was done through direct financial payments, also by securing tax and social benefits, etc. The very famous here in Bulgaria, the very famous 60-40, so to speak. It's called 60-40 measure. There is a slide later in my presentation about it, and it concerns the details of how the government actually has helped or is helping the whole tourism sector, including this big company. They're also eligible to apply for that. Let me move. To be honest, I don't have the time I apologize, to read the messages in your presentation. In the chat box, your messages while making the presentation. However, I saw a quick message. Yes, the presentation will be shared with everyone present. No worries about that. You don't have to memorize these figures, no problem, and data. So let me go further with the COVID-19. Let me go further with my next slide. Yeah, this is where I want to end up. So as a result, you can see here some key information. Again, the idea is to give you an idea about the purpose is to give you an idea about the background in which this company is operating, along with the rest of the companies in tourism sector in Bulgaria. So that's why, as a result of COVID-19, as you can see, the tourist arrivals in August 2020 were 3/3 lower than the same period during the previous year. So, you know, there were, as you can see in this slide, huge decreases and drops in every possible indicator, or almost every possible indicator. For instance, you know, in total on national level, 67% decrease of overnight stays of foreign tourists in August 2020 compared to 2019. In other words, you know, that this is catastrophe. This meant catastrophe for the whole sector. I know this is probably something your countries and your tourism sectors are experiencing, but because we're focusing now on Albania, that's why I thought I'll give you our figures and our data. You can see the source. Most of the figures are also in this source are stated from the National Statistical Institute of Bulgaria. So what else is important to know? I already touched upon that you know, there was a huge decrease in consumption. So basically, as you can see, also people started spending less than everything. Obviously, why? Probably in your countries as well. In the course of 2020. And why this is important, because, you know, if you don't buy more food, or if you're scared to have any expenditures beyond the minimum ones, how would you ever start planning for a vacation, or for a luxury vacation, or for a nice and relaxing time at the seaside? So, I mean, the decrease in purchasing power, the drop in every possible, you know, consumption figure, led to the conclusion that also nobody, or very few, were able to spend for any services linked to tourism. You can see also most of the Bulgarians limited their visits to restaurants, to hotels as well. Half of the Bulgarians, more than half actually, reduced their spendings on travel. So really, really grim picture last year around this time, in 2020, around this time of the year. And to move further with my slides, this is what actually, because so far the statistics, those were in the previous two slides, those concerned specifically, I mean, largely the whole sector. These figures here are for Albania, are referring to Albania, and how COVID-19, what was actually the immediate impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the company in 2020. So, you know, it all started in early March, and as of May 2020, nobody knew when actually and if the tourism sector will recover and how. The estimated losses suffered by the company last year, and this is official data, although the consolidated financial report hasn't been published, this type of data has been made public by the company. So the estimated losses were over in 2020 were over 10 million Bulgarian leva, and remember they had a profit of over 16 million the previous year. So that was devastating, had a devastating effect. I mean, this loss. Also, they had, you know, 75% less overnight stays in 2020. At national level, it was 67% less overnight stays in 2020 compared to 2019, sorry. And here it's even worse. I mean, basically only one quarter of the previous hotel number of hotel overnight stays in Albania was reached last year. As a result, more than half of the hotels, remember they have 32 hotels in Albania, those were closed, and also the beds available also were quite a lot of the available beds were not used. There was a significant drop in the number of tourists arriving with charter flights from Germany, Russia, Scandinavia, UK. Obviously, because of the travel restrictions in summer 2020, because of the fact that, you know, the global aviation sector hasn't recovered yet, by the way, and is laying laying in ruins still for the time being. And then, as you can see here, 60%, this is interesting, of the bookings last year were last minute, which means that, you know, the very few people who decided to travel and were able to reach Albena and stay at the resort, they did this they did their booking last minute, which means that, you know, by far lower prices than the originally announced. And of course, this is also partially one of the reasons for the company's huge financial losses suffered. And now, because, you know, those previous slides were about what, and statistics were about 2020, and between 2020 and 2021, a lot has happened, and the company has already made an effort, quite a lot, to overcome and to mitigate, to respond, to meet partially at least these challenges. And here in the next 2 slides or 3 slides, you're going to see what has been done in this respect. Firstly, in 2021, very early in June, into the season in June 2021, Albena, part of the hotels in Albena, were the first one in the country to be awarded the fully vaccinated label. This is a sticker, a hotel where 100% of the personnel has been vaccinated, and the sticker is actually put at the hotel entrance. This is a label of safety and security, and also it's very much linked to the quality of the services provided. And this label is issued by the Ministry of Health in Bulgaria, and hotels in Albena were first to get this label. And they're very proud about this. They you know, it was all over the media. This is sort of an idea to those of you who will be working tomorrow on the challenge of how to improve the communication strategy of the company. Remember that fourth challenge of ours. Then, speaking of responses and measures to mitigate risks in 2021, after the shock, after the huge losses, after the huge, you know, devastation in 2020, in 2021, as you can see, very early into the season, specific isolated venues, villas were at the outskirts of the resort were appointed as a quarantine facilities. I don't know whether in your countries you've witnessed a similar debate in public debate in the recent past, but in Bulgaria at least we had one last summer in 2020, whether, you know, there should be one hotel within an area, whether it's a town or a holiday village unit or resort, whether there should be one hotel where everyone who gets, all the tourists who during their vacation get get diagnosed with COVID or contract the virus, where they could be sent, or each facility, each hotel should have their own facilities. So this was a huge debate here last summer, and Albena, they did it on their own. They took a single-handed decision to appoint some of their facilities at the very outskirts of the resort to specifically host all the guests who would eventually, and tourists who would eventually get diagnosed with COVID during their stay at the resort, upon arrival, during their stay. Also, a vaccination center was opened in April 2021 within the resort. Remember, they have a specialized rehabilitation hospital. They provide provision of medical services as part of their extended portfolio, and within the resort, they established a vaccination center where not only all the employees can get vaccinated, but also local tourists, Bulgarians, who are supposed to get their second jab in the course of their vacation. So, you know, if I were a tourist from Sofia and have had my first jab 3 weeks ago, and the second one is scheduled for the time during my vacation, I can go into that vaccination center and also receive the second jab. So it's, you know, they try to do everything to encourage vaccination, not only on employees, but also to local guests. And also what is also interesting is that I mentioned earlier that they hire they've been hiring employees, staff members from Moldova, Russia, Kazakhstan, probably Armenia and Belarus. I don't know about about the last two countries, but anyway, from former Soviet Union countries, they've been hiring staff for the summer for quite some time. And those employees, even if seasonal employees, they can also get vaccinated in this vaccination center. So also foreigners who work can benefit from this opportunity. And as of July 2021, again, they're very proud of this, 100% of all the frontliners working in hotels and restaurants, personnel working directly with guests, they were vaccinated. And basically all the hotels now. In the beginning, this label, fully vaccinated sticker or label was awarded only to a number of hotels at the beginning of season, and with the high season evolving, 100% of company's personnel was vaccinated. And to encourage personnel's vaccination, this bonus, a one-time bonus of 500 Bulgarian level was offered by the management. So in other words, all employees who work in Albania, they could get they get this bonus once they receive their second jab. And 200 level, for those of you who haven't been to Bulgaria, is approximately 250 euros. And the average salary in Bulgaria is around 500 euros. So what I'm trying to say is that this is quite, obviously it differs whether we're talking about the average salary in Sofia, in a small town, in the countryside, in a big town, a city like Varna, outside Sofia. But so if we sort of take for granted or consider that the average salary is 1,000 level, this bonus is by far, in Bulgaria, this bonus is not to be sort of ignored. It does represent a real stimulus, so to speak, to the employees. And they, speaking of what has been done so far in COVID-19, to combat COVID-19 effects, consequences, risks, etc. in 2020, after having learned the first lesson in 2020, in the immediate aftermath, learned in the immediate aftermath of the pandemic outbreak. You can see, for instance, by the way, Albania has been always a closed recreational area. So there is access is restricted, which doesn't mean that you are not allowed to go in as an external visitor. So also non-guests of Albania could enter the area, but this is always, if you enter by car, this is always being registered, and you receive, you also have to pay parking fee for the parking lot. So my point is that the fact that it's closed, that it's been always closed recreational area, sort of prove very handy when it comes to the safety and security of the guests and tourists in Albania. They've introduced in 2021 rigorous hygiene and sanitation measures and protocols throughout the whole resort, inside, outside the buildings, on the beach, social distancing on the beach, specific distance between the umbrellas, sun umbrellas on the beach. So they're doing everything everywhere. You can find, disinfectants everywhere. They're available, and everybody's sort of expected to use them all the time. They use this ultraviolet disinfection of rooms. They disinfect the cars entering the resort area. Remember, it's a restricted area. I mean, you have to pass through a sort of checkpoint. And this is where cars also get disinfected. There are instructions, safety measures, descriptions everywhere in every possible language of the tourists visiting the place. I mean, it's not only English and Russian, it would be also Romanian and German and French. There is, so when it comes to informing and instructing tourists and guests how to to keep up with the requirements and measures, sanitation measures, hygiene requirements and sanitation measures. There's full transparency, and it's overwhelming. Let me put it this way, for good, obviously, for good reason. What is interesting, beyond the mentioned very obvious measures of sanitation, hygiene, and social distancing, there is also in restaurants, on the beach, like I mentioned. Beyond that, they did introduce a new product, and that is a COVID-19 rehabilitation program available for former patients, people who recovered from the disease. And this rehabilitation program is available for 6, 10, 14, 21 days. They say obviously that the most efficient one would be the longer you stay, the more active and efficient the rehabilitation is. And the program, as you can see, this new product, it covers extensive medical checks at the beginning upon arrival, medical screening, every possible, check that is needed, blood tests, etc. And then this helps obviously the doctors working at the hospital to obtain a clear picture of the patient, of the former COVID-19 patient, current health state, and to draft and prepare and prescribe a personalized therapy plan. And there is a lot. You can Google the program on their website. There are plenty of procedures included, possible, depending on the patient's state. Also, beyond medical procedures, they offer spa and wellness opportunities. They also offer accommodation and board within this rehabilitation program, but it's not compulsory. In other words, if I were to be a former COVID-19 patient from Varna, I can sign up for this program and benefit fully from all the procedures and services offered by not taking by not benefiting and not taking into account and use the accommodation opportunities offered or board opportunities offered. Also for patients, former patients, COVID-19 patients who are not from Varna and the area, they can of course also book their accommodation and board. So what I'm trying to say is that this is, by the way, a very popular new product, and this is a sort of a note to those who will work on design and development of new products as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Take note that there is already this type of program, but you can come up with others. Also, speaking of the COVID-19 in responses and measures taken by the company, they introduced a lot of flexible booking conditions for loyal guests. For also in 2020, immediately after the outbreak of the pandemic, there was an opportunity to, free of charge, rebook, annul, cancel, postpone, you name it, your already existing booking for the ongoing season, for the next one. So they were really, really flexible with everyone and, very helpful. And that was the company's policy with everyone who was interested to prolong, who was not able to immediately benefit from the originally made booking, but who were interested to still visit the resort on their own pace at a later stage. And I hope you can see some of the pictures. I'm not sure to what extent those are visible on your screens, but for instance, here in the first two pictures, the lady, this is the famous label, 100% fully vaccinated, remember, indicating that the staff of that particular hotel and or restaurant has been fully vaccinated. And this lady is the current Minister of Tourism, by the way, who awarded, this is the first award of the label early into the season. This is a very far away overview of the resort. They have actually a very long, approximately 7 kilometer long is the beach, the sand area, and it's also relatively, it's one of the widest in Bulgaria. Of course, this is not as wide as it would be in, I don't know, in Copacabana in Rio, but still it's quite wide for compared to the other beaches in Bulgaria. And we also, Bulgarians and also locals, like to travel a lot to this place because it's very clean, it's very green, and now it's seen very safety and secure when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic. You know, for instance, here is you have this type of, you know, points with masks available and gloves available at the entrance of the hotels entrances, at restaurant entrances, you name it. This is, for instance, one of the lobbies of the hotel, a very nice hotel, one of the newest they've got, but and it looks nice. But also on top of that, if you can, I'm not sure to what extent it's visible on your screens, but they've, like everywhere else, they have this these plastic, what do you call it? Plastic counter shields. You know, everybody wears masks all the time. Employees, you know, also guests inside the building, in the common areas like the lobby. And the restaurants and the bars when they're not eating and drinking anything. So a lot of, you know, social distancing and plenty of masks and gloves and hygiene measures everywhere. And also I mentioned earlier, you know, that they have their own medical center. You can see here, this is where actually, this is the vaccination center opened in April 2021. Remember, I told you about that in the previous, in one of the previous slides. And also this is, for instance, one of those villas at the outskirts of the resort that have been dedicated, assigned to serve as quarantine facilities for guests who've been, you know, unfortunate enough to get contracted or arrive with the virus and get the disease or get diagnosed during their stay here. And one more slide. This is about the measure I told you earlier about. This is what actually the government, so far in the previous slides, I sort of tried to present to you what the company has done on their own. And this measure in particular is what the government, is about what the government has done or is doing or has been doing to support companies in the immediate in the aftermath of the COVID-19 outbreak and for the period of the pandemic, of the ongoing pandemic. We're still officially, formally in extraordinary, how do you call it in English? Extraordinary state or state of emergency, pandemic emergency. Because in particular right now, Bulgaria, figures in Bulgaria, numbers of people getting diagnosed on a daily basis is growing by the day significantly. And we are very much into the fourth wave, unfortunately. So the reason I'm telling you this is the fact that on the one hand, the company, because the touristic season is still ongoing. So the high season is over. It usually ends around 20th of August. The high season is over, but still very many hotels are open and there are quite a lot of tourists. Also local ones. We have on Monday, 6th of September, we've got a public holiday, and also 22nd of September is also an official public holiday in Bulgaria. So throughout the month of September, while we have also a very mild autumn, late summer here at the Black Sea coast, what I'm trying to say is that in the course of September, there is a high number of local tourists visiting the company, and this is being already into the fourth wave of the pandemic represents a huge challenge to the company. And because we're still in wave number 4, hopefully there won't be many more to come, but still, I mean, the crisis is ongoing. That's why the government is still implementing and is intending to prolong this, so to speak, a 60-40 salary support scheme. I mentioned earlier in my previous slides, Albania has been benefiting from this scheme from the very beginning it was announced. As you can see, the essence of the scheme is that, you know, throughout the pandemic, provided the company keeps the employees and provided it is able or has been able to prove at least 20% of fall in sales compared to the pre-pandemic times. By taking this into account and by considering this, the government actually allows all companies who are eligible to cover only 40% of their employees' salaries and all the social security and health charges and health contributions. And 60% of these are being covered by the state through various financial what do you call it, to a scheme for state aid, which would be or was otherwise prior to COVID not allowed, but now specifically for the purposes of this force majeure situation, it is what it is, and that's why the government is supporting the companies. And again, Ovena is very much benefiting. This is a tip or a hint or a note to those who will focus on talent management, innovation and talent management, and how to continue support and encourage your employees and how to retain them in times of pandemic. And as you can see, not all companies are eligible for this, but the scheme covers not all registered companies in Bulgaria are eligible, but the scheme, for instance, covers companies engaged in retail, transportation, hotel, bars, human health services, cultural services, tourism, recreational activities, tour operating. In other words, everything Albania is already doing. Remember my slides, my previous slides with information on their very extended portfolio. I'm looking at my phone and I see that it's 11:15 in Brussels, 12:15 in Bulgaria, which means that it's time for a coffee break. And we're going to have a 15-minute coffee break. We will gather again in 15 minutes at 11:30 Brussels time in this plenary session, in this plenary main Zoom room, so to speak, when Cheryl will share her knowledge and wisdom about how to pitch and present. Okay, so see you guys in 15 minutes. In the meantime, if you still have any technical issues, send us a message, an email to erasmus@umk.eu, as indicated in my email yesterday, by responding to that email, or leave a message here, and see you in 15 minutes. Have a nice break, and thank you for your attention for now. Thank you. See you soon again in 15 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can see Cheryl's presentation, the first slide. So I hope you had a quick but relaxing time to refresh, 15 minutes to refresh. And before I give the floor to Cheryl to tell you, we're going to send through my presentation as required earlier in the course of this session. So prior to the beginning of the breakout session rooms in the afternoon, you will have the presentation with the data. I suppose some of you will be needing in your inboxes. Okay, so we will only circulate the presentation with those present today. And we're endlessly grateful for your presence, attention, potential contribution. So I'm happy to give the floor to Cheryl, who, as you will see, is brilliant. And I hope you will take this time to really take as much knowledge and wisdom from her as possible, because it will be very helpful to you when preparing for your pitch sessions tomorrow. Cheryl, like I said, has been a long-term colleague, an ally, a real friend, and I'm delighted to give you the floor, Cheryl. Go ahead, and hope you are also enjoying the session. And thank you for being with us. I know it's already quite late into the day in the Philippines, so the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Christina. Hello again, everyone. I hope everyone is back and is settled. So for today's session, I'm going to deliver a quick or crash course on pitching and presenting. So my job this morning is to help you craft a compelling pitch for your presentation tomorrow, and not just tomorrow, but for the future hackathons or pitching competitions that you will join in the future. So let's get started. But before I'm going to talk about tips and give you, tips and tricks on how you craft a compelling pitch, let's just go back to the definition, the basic definition of what a startup, what a pitch is all about, and why it's unique from other forms of presentation. So what is really a pitch? So a pitch is a concise, well-practiced description about your startup. It could be about your idea or solution or your plan. And it has to be delivered with conviction and enthusiasm so that your mother, who is a non-technical person or doesn't know anything about innovation, should be able to understand with what you are talking. Okay, so by this definition, we could say that a pitch is really special. It's a different kind of presentation compared to other forms of presentation, because number one, it's not a lecture that has to be delivered in a lengthy number of minutes. You have to deliver it like as short as 30 seconds. There are pitches like that, to 60 seconds, to 3 minutes, to 5 minutes, or to a maximum of 10 minutes. It depends on the rules of pitching. But the point is that it has to be delivered as short as possible. So that's why it's concise. It's something that you need to practice, and it takes time for you to really develop the skills in pitching, because it will really take time and it will take process. No? So that means to say it's something that you have to prepare and you have to practice in advance. And more importantly, it has to be delivered with conviction and enthusiasm, which I'm going to talk about more in details later. Now, with this definition about what a pitch is all about, the next question would be, what makes a great pitch? So what are the characteristics of a great pitch? And so that by knowing these characteristics, when we craft our pitch later, we will be able to get inspired that these are the characteristics of a great pitch, and I should consider these characteristics when I develop my own pitch. Okay, so the first one is that, according to Peter Drucker, communication is what the listener does. What do you mean by this? This means to say that a great pitch tells a relevant story. Again, a great pitch tells a relevant story. That means to say a pitch is a story. However, the story that you have to tell to your audience will only become relevant when that story connects with your audience. So it means to say, when you tell that story, it will only become relevant when you are able to connect with them. That means the message in your story resonates with your audience. And because you were able to connect with your audience will get inspired to take an action. So no matter how powerful your product is, or no matter how brilliant your solution or your idea is, if you as a person who is presenting or pitching that idea doesn't know how to tell a story that makes it relevant for the audience, nothing will happen, because your audience will take no action. Your audience cannot relate to your story. So again, great pitch is something, a great pitch tells a relevant story. So that's the first characteristic. Second is that simplicity, clarity, and focus. These are three words that they should go together. Why? Remember that by definition, by technical definition of a pitch is something that is concise, as short as possible. You can pitch within 30 seconds if that's the rule in a competition. You can pitch in 1 minute, or in this case, in our agenda, in this activity, we have to pitch in 5 minutes. The point is that it's short. Because it is short, simplicity, clarity, and focus, you should always consider these three characteristics. So that means to say that when we deliver a pitch that is simple, clear, and well-focused, we will be able to deliver the message that we want to deliver to our audience. And therefore, it's not about what you bring into your pitch, but it's all about what you take out from your pitch, and the things that you take out from your pitch, these are unnecessary things. In other words, deliver what is necessary. Deliver what you want your audience to take from that story that you are telling. So that's the idea. The third characteristic of a great pitch is conscious decision about what you will say and do. What do you mean by this? This is about being professional. From the first second that you are on stage, although we don't have the physical stage, but from the first second that you open your mouth and say something, up to the last second that you close your pitch, you have to act like a true professional. And that means to say, for example, let me share with you my experience. I've been listening to a lot of startup pitches, from competition to let's say investor pitching and all other forms of pitching. No, the same thing with hackathon. So a lot of mistakes, common mistakes that people when they pitch is that they start their pitch with saying this. Let's say, thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you so much to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to pitch in front of you, blah, 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 blah. You are wasting your first 20 seconds by thanking everyone. Okay, it's okay. Of course, you have to thank these people, but do not do that at the start of your pitch. Why? Because your first 20 seconds in your pitch, that's very critical. You have to you have to come up with a powerful opening statement. Thank you, saying thank you to the organizers, saying thank you to the audience is not a powerful statement. So instead of saying, thank you everyone for being here, thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity, instead of doing that, just head on straight, like saying, hey, I'm Cheryl Satori. This is who I am. I am the CEO of blah, blah, blah. Our team is this. We offer this solution to solve this problem. You can do that. Or you just say, hey, I am Cheryl. Our company will solve this problem. So that's it. That's how you basically start with an opening statement. Although we will have more details about this later. Now, also, conscious decision as to not only in the opening, but you also have to be conscious in their closing statement. So which means to say that a great pitch starts with a high note in the opening. You will also have to end a high note at the closing statement. So instead of saying a lengthy thank you again, no, to the audience, to the organizers, to the judges in your closing statement, instead of doing that, you have to state in your closing statement that why your team, for example, if you are pitching for a competition, you have to state in your closing statement like why your team deserves to win. Or if you are pitching because you want an investment, you have to close it like we need this X amount of investment and we will do this investment in this way. Okay, so that's the idea. Or if you're pitching for a hackathon like this, then your closing statement can be what you can do to the stakeholders, what value you can bring in to the stakeholders, and of course, your call to action. Now, being conscious in your decision means also that from the very beginning, you act like a pro, until the end, you act like a pro, so that people, the audience, will treat you like a professional. They will believe in you by doing it. They will believe in you in the sense that this person who is pitching this idea has really a conviction about his solution. So they will believe in you in that sense. And most importantly, you can gain confidence. Okay, so that's the idea. The next one, and the next characteristic of a great pitch is that there is what you call certainty. Okay, so tigers are known to be the most confident creature in the animal kingdom. That's what one of the things that I've read. No, so certainty of what you say creates confidence in you. What do you mean by this? Let me give you a scenario. Say, for example, let's say imagine you are an audience in a pitching competition. So you watch different pitches, and then someone pitching a certain idea, and then you notice that this person is not certain about the things he's saying. So you notice that the person is uncertain of the things that he is pitching. How would you feel as an audience? No? Do you believe in that person's pitch if that person is not even certain about what he says? Definitely not. So confidence, no, believing in your idea, it doesn't start with the audience. It will start from you. If you want to be treated like a pro, if you want to be treated as a serious person who is pitching a great solution, then you have to believe in your idea. You have to believe in your solution. That means you are very certain of what you are going to say. By being certain, it develops your self-confidence. And so because you are confident, you deliver the pitch with conviction and enthusiasm. So that's the trick. So always you start believing in your pitch, you start believing in your solution, because it will resonate with your audience. It will just come out naturally if you truly are certain about the solution that you're trying to present. Okay, so that's it. The next question is, so now that I learned what are the qualities of a great pitch, how can I create a great hackathon pitch? So what I'm going to do this morning is I'm going to outline the tips that I'm going to deliver to you in terms of the 3 major ideas in pitching. Okay, so generally, whether you are pitching for a hackathon, pitching for a class project, or pitching for a competition, or any agenda, for as long as you are pitching, generally a pitch has 3 major ideas. And what are these? Script, design, and delivery. Okay, so we have script, design, and delivery. These are the 3 major ideas of a pitch. Now, we will start with a script. So how do you prepare for a script? Now, one of the students that I've mentored in the past asked, why do I need to prepare for a script? The answer to that, go back to the definition. It has to be well practiced. You can't practice if you don't prepare ahead of time. So that means you have to prepare everything, and script is a must. You don't need to memorize your script, but you have to prepare. Okay, so how do we do this? So first is we will start with the script. So preparing for the script requires you to know your audience. That is really, really true. So before you basically brainstorm how you pitch your idea, before you practice, before you even write your script, first things first, who are your audience? No, so you need to know your audience. Find out who they are. For example, are the audience all investors? Are the audience all the stakeholders of this company that I am pitching for? Is the audience diverse? Like it's composed of people from the media, people from the academe, people from software development company. It depends, no? So you have to know who is the audience, like what they do, what are they driven by. So why do we need to know our audience first? It's very important to know our audience first, because by knowing them first, you will know how to deliver your pitch. For example, of course, for example, if you know that your audience is that, let's say, for example, it's composed, majority of your audience are, let's say, millennials, no? So you're pitching your idea, and then 80% of the audience or 80% of the crowd are millennials. So naturally, because they're millennials, the way you deliver your message has to be appropriate for millennials, okay? The tone of voice that you have to use has to be appropriate for the millennials can relate to. So that's the idea. If your audience, for example, majority of your audience are people from the academe, for instance, then you have to deliver your pitch that are appropriate for this kind of audience. So knowing your audience will help you craft a pitch in terms of how you deliver them, in terms of what tone of voice, how you communicate your message, and that's very important. Okay, so that's the first thing that you have to do, know your audience. Second is that you need to establish your objectives. So pitching is an activity. Anything that we do must have objectives. No? So that means to say, what do you want to achieve in your pitch? So tomorrow, ask for tomorrow's pitching session. Ask yourself, what do I want to achieve for tomorrow's pitching session? I am pitching because I want that my idea will be considered by Albena. I am pitching because I have to win. I am pitching because I want to get a meeting with the stakeholders. I am pitching because, for example, let's say, I want to get an introduction to potential customers. The point is that whatever your objectives are, you have to establish it first. You have to establish them first before you start preparing or writing your script or preparing for your pitch in general. So establish your objectives. By having a clear and established objectives, you will be guided on what to do, because clear objectives will set the direction on where your pitch will take you. Okay, so it will set the direction again. By having a clear objectives, it will set the direction, a clear direction on where your pitch will take you. Okay, so that's one thing that you have to consider. So first, audience. Second, objectives. Okay, so that's it. Next is we have, before I'm going to introduce the third item, under the script preparation, this is a common mistake, not only by students who are pitching, but I've seen this mistake, a couple or even 1,000 times, if it's too exaggerated or okay. But the point is that I've seen this mistake, not only in the students competition for pitching, but as well as in professional startups competition. So most of the time, people, when they pitch, they go directly to creating a pitch deck or creating a PowerPoint presentation. That's a no-no. That's an X. Okay, so that's wrong. Why? Because the idea is that you have to brainstorm first. You have to brainstorm first what is the story. So again, go back to the characteristic of pitching, great pitch. That a great pitch, number one characteristic, it tells a relevant story. Okay, so just like telling a story, just like writing a story, you don't go directly to really writing the book right away, but you have to outline, you have to brainstorm, right? So that's the idea. So don't go directly to PowerPoint presentation, creating your pitch deck. Don't do that. Instead, what you will do is the third item under the script preparation. You have to create a story. Why do we need to create a story? Go back to the characteristic of a great pitch, but most importantly, why a pitch is a story. because the reality is people love stories. Okay, whatever genre of that story is, we all love stories. We listen to stories, we read stories, we write stories, we share stories. We are made up of stories. That's the reality. And so, because a pitch is a story, yes, it's a story. So it's a story about what problem are you trying to solve? What specific problem are you trying to solve? It's a story about that. It's also a story about what is your solution and how your solution is awesome. So what makes your solution really brilliant? That's a story. And more importantly, a pitch is a story about the team behind the solution. What is the composition of the team? You know, what makes the team credible to execute this idea or to make this solution into a reality. So the point is that you have to craft a story first. Now, you also have to, when you talk about writing or creating a story, it follows a process. As I've said, when you write a story, you don't write the book right away. Okay, you brainstorm, you outline, you find inspirations about the characters of your stories, inspiration about the hero in your story. Where do you find inspiration about the villains in your story? So it works that way when you pitch, when you prepare for your pitch. So how do you do that? So first things first, to create a story, you have to follow the process. So brainstorm, take a step back. That's the second step. Organize your ideas. And because this is a hackathon, okay, I added one more step in the process of creating a story. Stick to the rules because it's a hackathon. At the end of the day, it's a hackathon. So you have to stick to the rules. Now, what are these steps? So let's start with brainstorm. Brainstorm your ideas about how you pitch. No? So you brainstorm your pitch ideas. You start with the best advice that I could give you is don't do it in digital, but you use sticky notes. You use post-it notes, no? So even if it's yes, it's analog, okay, but it serves a purpose. It really has to, the good thing about using analog, analog materials like this, sticky notes and pen, is that it forces you to think and to squeeze out ideas from your head. So the point is that you have to get out your pitch, the pitch ideas from your head and put it in writing. So generate as many pitch ideas as you can in a sticky notes. What if I have generated so many ideas? Then that's great. Also, just generate as many as you can. Generate as many ideas. Brainstorm as many pitch ideas as you can in your in that post-it note. So that's it. Now, it may look like this in the second step. So you have so many ideas cluttered all over your wall, for instance. What you will do, are you going to organize that? Not yet. I want you to step back, okay? Sometimes we can have a reflection. We can get, insights not from zooming in, but from zooming out. So I want you to step back and then try to see the bigger picture of all these ideas. Ask yourself, what are the big issues? What are the 3 big ideas that I could get out of these so many post-it ideas for my pitch? So step back and then ask yourself, what are the big issues that I could find? After that, the next step is here, you have to organize. So it may look like this. So organize your pitch ideas. It can be in a form by category. It depends on how you organize it. So we have different organization styles, no? So you can, let's say you can organize your pitch ideas according to problems or according to themes or according to categories. Others would organize it according to different types of users, different types of customers, or even according to chapter heading. So however you organize it, the bottom line is your ideas, pitch ideas may look like this. Okay, so you organize them, you categorize them. Okay, so that's it. And from there, you can craft what would be the idea or the story that you have to tell in your pitch. And it will really reflect in the script that you will write later on. Okay, so that's the process. but this is a hackathon. So I added one more step, no, to create a story. At the end of the day, this is a hackathon. Whether you are pitching for a hackathon or a startup competition or any competition, or even if you're pitching for a class project, there are rules and you have to abide those rules. So this is a hackathon. We have rules that we need to follow. So that means as we prepare for our script, as we prepare for the story and eventually the script of our story, we have to stick to the rules, like the award criteria or the judging criteria in terms of originality, in terms of relevance, in terms of sustainability, environmental aspect, and quality of the pitch. So always remember those, 5 award criteria. And we will look at this each as I move on to the next tips that I will be giving. I will have a detailed discussion about this, okay? Another rule that you have to, think of is the number of minutes. Just because you are writing a story, you have to limit, you have to always consider how many minutes this story should be delivered. Okay, so you have to consider that. I'd like to pause for a while. I think somebody is okay. So, yeah, let's proceed. So again, now number of minutes. Next would be the number of slides. Okay, so you have to follow those rules in terms of the number of slides, because no matter how passionate you are writing, creating the story for your pitch, but at the end of the day, you have to deliver it in no more than 10 slides. So always be guided with these rules. And we will talk about more on this as we progress. Okay, so that's the script. So again, for the script preparation, there are 3 things. No? So we have the audience, your objectives, and the story that you have to create. Okay, now this time, let's move on to the second major idea of a pitch. This is the design. So you have prepared the script. This time, how do you design the pitch? How do you, so that when you design, when you come up with a speech design, so when you have already the pitch design, then you would know how do you deliver that design. So that's the idea. So for the design, attention is very important. So let's start with an open statement. So that's the first step or first building block under the design area. So grab attention, open powerfully. So that means to say, as I have mentioned a while ago, as I've explained, it's a no-no that in your first 20 seconds, you spend your first 20 seconds, thanking everyone for being there. Don't do that, okay? There's a time to say thank you, but don't do it in the first 20 seconds. You have to have a powerful opening. Grab attention, don't waste time, go straight to the story, because that will tell the audience that you are serious about the problem that you're trying to solve, and you are so serious about the solution that you want to implement. Okay, so that's it. Now, how do we do this? Now, in the first 20 seconds, you can open your pitch by, by answering these 3 questions. No, in the first 20 seconds, like, who are you? What is the problem that you're trying to solve? The value that you provide to the stakeholders. You can do that one in the first 20 seconds, and then give the details afterwards. Okay, so that's it. Or another way of doing this is, I've seen effective pitches in reality that when they open, when they start their first 20 seconds, they start with 3 aspects of the problem. Okay, so they start with the 3 aspects of the problem that they're trying to solve. So that's the idea. Or it can also be a 1 sentence about what you do for your stakeholders. Especially this third item is very common for hackathons, because hackathons have stakeholders, specific especially for hackathons that have specific company or specific organizations or stakeholders. So this is the common thing when it comes to opening statement in 20 seconds. 1 statement, 1 line, 1 complete sentence about what you do for your stakeholders, and then discuss later. How do you do that? Okay, so that's the idea. That's the opening. Then the next question would be, I have the opening and of course the content. So opening, the details. So we call it the details or the content. The next, the one of the most common questions about, startups, students or individuals pitching for hackathon or even for any competition is that they always ask, how much details should I give? For example, given 3 minutes, if I am only given a maximum of 3 minutes to pitch, how much details should I give as far as the content is concerned or the main content is concerned? If you're given 5 minutes to pitch, that's for tomorrow, how much details should you give, for within that 5 minutes, as far as the content detail or the details of is concerned? The best advice that I could give you, and it's common practice, is that you have to use the power of 3. So power of 3, just like what I did. So for example, I structured the framework on how to craft a pitch by power of 3. Okay, script, design, and delivery. Why power of 3? Because that's it's the number that anyone can remember. Imagine, for example, you are you are an audience of a pitching competition, and then one group, one team would tell the audience that I have a brilliant solution. I have a brilliant idea. Let me tell you 15 things about it. How would you feel? Personally, I would say, oh no, 15 things, that's too many. I cannot memorize 15 things. I can't even memorize 5 things. Because the reality is our brain can only remember in a short span of time, can only remember 3 things. 1, 2, 3, ready, set, go. So just like pitching, script, design, delivery. That's it. So use power of 3. So how do you do this in your own pitch? Be conscious, try to check your story and try to answer it like, in my proposed solution, because your pitch, you have to, present your proposed solution. How do I deliver? How do I articulate the proposed solution in 3 main ideas, in 3 major ideas, 3 key ideas? How do you do that? So try to analyze, given the proposed solution that I have to articulate tomorrow, how do I deliver this in 3 major ideas? Remember, power of 3. Now, the most common advice that startups, students, professionals pitching for any competition or any hackathon event is that they always focus on the power of 3: problem, solution, and team. And the reality is these are the 3 important things that the judges would look into. For example, if the judges are investors, because it's a pitching competition, hopefully winners will get an investment, they always look at this. If it's a hackathon and then there is there is an identified organization or company as a stakeholder, they will always look at this. Okay, problem, solution, and team. So let me explain this to you in basically in relation to our event, to our hackathon. So let's start with the problem. So you might ask me, why do I need to talk about the problem when it's obvious that there are challenge areas that were identified in the hackathon? Okay, so we know that already, that there are 4 challenge areas, but these are general problem statements. These are general problem or general challenge areas. What I'm trying to say here is clear problem statement means very specific problem statement. For example, let us say your team chose, I think that's the area 4 or challenge area 4, like employee management and retention, or talent management and retention. So let's say your team chose that as the challenge area. Okay, so that's a challenge, that's a problem. But then again, it's a general problem statement about how do you improve, what solution can you propose that is intended for talent management and retention. Okay, so that means to say that's a general problem statement. My next question is, what specific aspect of talent management are you trying to solve? What specific problem in talent management are you trying to solve? Is it about performance management? Is it about motivating employees? Is it about career development, or what? So the point is that although in hackathon like this, you are given a challenge statement, but these are general problem statements. You have to focus, you have to deep dive what specific problem in that general statement are you trying to focus and come up with a clear problem statement about it. Okay, so that's it. Next item, power of 3. So the second one, solution. So how do you highlight? How much details are you going to articulate as far as solution is concerned? My advice to you, always go back to the awarding criteria, because these are the things that the judges will look into. So in your solution, you need to highlight, you need to provide details, articulate details in terms of how relevant is your solution, sustainability of your solution, what is the significant impact of your solution to the environment, what makes your solution innovative or original, what makes it different from the existing alternatives, what makes your solution let's say way better from the existing alternatives. So all of these things, if you try to analyze it, these are the awarding criteria. So you always have to go back again, stick to the rules, go back to the awarding criteria, because that's how hackathons work, and that's how pitching competitions work. All right, so that's how you do it. So problem, power of 3 again, problem, solution, and very importantly, team. Why the team has to be included in the power of 3? Because at the end of the day, the problem that you're trying to solve, the solution that you're trying to build, basically there are people behind it. And people is an essential component to make these things work. So you have to establish here your credibility as a team. Don't just say, let's say, I am an accountancy student, I am a tourism student. Don't just do that. Instead, you have to tell a story why your team is credible, meaning to say why your team is the best team for this solution. Why, if it's going to be a competition and there is a prize after that, you have to establish why the team deserves to win, why the team deserves the chance to get invested. So why the team deserves a follow-up meeting with let's say Aldena Resort to discuss further our proposed solution, why this team has to get noticed. So we have to establish that your credibility as a team, that you can make things work. So that's the power of 3. Again, problem, solution, and team. The rest, you just have to sit aside some other areas or some other aspects. Just focus on these 3, because remember, the rule is 5 minutes only. Okay, so it's concise. So next is, of course, we have in the design. So we have an opening, we have the details. So that's the main content, power of 3. Third is we have closing statement. So you start like a pro, you have to end like a pro. You open powerfully, you have to end like a pro. So if you start on a high note, you also have to end on a high note as well. So what are you going to do in your closing statement? Number 1, you have to be very clear with your call to action. Your call to action, this is what you want your audience to do after you pitch. And your call to action is related to the objectives that you have established. Again, for example, if your objective, why you will be pitching tomorrow is you want to have a follow-up meeting with the Albena Resort. No? So you are presenting your solution and you really want to have a follow-up meeting. You want that this resort will get notice on your solution and discuss further after the hackathon event. So that's your objective. That means your closing statement should be related to that. What do you want the audience to do? So you would tell, our team wants to have a follow-up meeting. If it's going to be an investment, let's say you are pitching because you want to get invested, then tell, we want, let's say, $1,000 as an investment. And how do you spend that $1,000 as an investment? This is just an example. Okay, so you always have to consider your call to action that must be aligned with the objectives that you set. So that's part of your closing statement. Another is that because you start with a powerful note and you want to end it like a pro, ending like a pro means your ending or closing statement should something that you should be remembered even after you're done with your pitch. So here you have to emphasize why your team is the best team that, you know, that makes the solution that creates that makes the solution happen. And then you can also state here that why your team is credible. So those are some of the things that you can include in your closing statement. And of course, because after that, after telling your call to action, after telling the audience why your team is the best team for this idea, then you have your ending statement. Your last statement in your closing statement is a thank you. So that's where you say thank you, because your thank you will signal the audience that you're done with your pitch and they have to clap you. Okay, so that's the idea. So that's closing a statement and, you know, ending like a pro. Now, so we're done with the second major area. So we have the script for the first one. Second is the design, how you design your pitch. Now, since you already have the design, this time you have to consider how you should deliver your pitch. What are you going to prepare to come up with great delivery when it comes to pitching for any competition, or may it be a hackathon or a pitching competition? Okay, so first things first is you have to practice. So practice, practice, practice. So practice in front of a mirror. You start with that. Now, I always tell my students, I always tell even professional startups before they do their demo day, I always tell them practice first in front of a mirror. So practice. After that, practice in front of an audience. It can be your teammates, your co-founders, your group mates. It can also be your classmates. Practice in front of your mother. If your mother could understand, go back to the definition. If your mother could understand your pitch, then it's really great. If your mother cannot understand it, then it's a lousy pitch. So that's what I always tell startups when I mentor them when it comes to pitching. But the best thing that you can do is, if you don't, if you can't practice in front of your mother, call a stranger. That's the you try that as an experiment if you can. So call a stranger who knows nothing about you, who knows nothing about the idea that you're trying to pitch. If that stranger could understand what you're talking about, then you have a great pitch. If that stranger can relate, if you can resonate the message with that stranger, then it's a great pitch. Okay. And most importantly, go back to the idea, stick to the rules of the hackathon, practice against time. So my rule of thumb is that if it's going to be a 3-minute pitch, you have to limit yourself you have to pitch within 2 minutes and 55 seconds. If it's going to be 5 minutes, that's the rule of thumb. It depends, no? It depends on your capacity, on your style of presenting. But the point is that do not set the limit up to 5 minutes, but instead limit your pitch up to the maximum of 4 minutes and 55 seconds, so that the last 5 seconds can be your buffer or can be your allowance. If you can do it, it's actually great if you have 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and then the last 10 seconds can be your buffer or allowance. So my point is that do not max out the time limit. So when you practice, always have an allowance so that you still have a room, or you still have a buffer, and you can deliver all the power of 3, opening, power of 3, and closing within those limits. Okay, so practice against time. And lastly, the pitch deck. So although not all startup competitions or even hackathons require a pitch deck, because yes, there are hackathons that don't require a pitch deck. Sometimes you just have to present it in 2 minutes, or sometimes you just have to present it in 1 minute. So if that's the case, that's very short period of time, you don't need to have visuals. But in our case for tomorrow, we are given ample time, 5 minutes or 4 minutes and 50 to 55 seconds, just to give a buffer. You have to prepare for a presentation deck. So if that's the case, then you have to limit to 10 slides. If you're going to ask me how many slides should be appropriate in 10 minutes presentation, or sorry, in a 5-minute pitch, I could recommend 6 to 7 slides. When I say 6 to 7 slides, those are, it doesn't count the cover slide and the thank you slide. Okay, so that should, the 6 to 7 slides, that's basically the actual content or your story of your pitch. So if it's going to be a 5-minute pitch, so that's why you have to limit it to 10 slides only. And then because a pitch is not a lecture wherein you know, you have the luxury to provide so many texts. This is a pitch, it has to be concise. So that's why go for more visuals and less text. If you are using visuals, use good visuals. When I say good visuals, that means to say high resolution photo. You know, so if there's a need for you to insert an image or photo and then you don't have that file, there are a lot of websites that provide free, royalty-free, you know, images, just like what I am using. No, so you just have to credit it, or you just have to acknowledge the creator of those photos at the end of your presentation. It's fine, but the point is that go for good visuals, high quality. So that's it. If you're going to use meme, because sometimes it's good to have meme inspiration in our pitch deck, it's also good, but you always have to consider that the memes that you're going to insert, they are actually relevant to what you are talking about. Okay, so that's the idea. And then if you have text, we cannot avoid text. No, there will always be a text. If you have text in your pitch deck, just go for the standard rules. No, so like 5 lines in one slide. That's a maximum. Okay, and I'm saying 5. Always do 5 lines. Maximum of 5 lines and maximum of 7 words per line. So that's the 5x7 rule. So again, maximum of 5 lines in one slide of your presentation deck and maximum of 7 words per line. Okay, so that's the idea. Now, at the end of the day, when we talk about pitching, at the end of the day, the best thing that I could give you, the best tip that I could give you is this: a pitch is your story. It's really your story. It's a story about the problem that you're trying to solve, your solution, how brilliant your solution is, and most importantly, it's a story about your team. So you have to own it and tell your story from the heart. That's the best tip that I could give you if you want to deliver a compelling pitch tomorrow. So good luck. I hope you're able to capture the power of three things and all other things that I'm giving in this presentation. So thank you so much for listening. Now I'm saying thank you because it is a closing statement. And before I will end and open the virtual floor for questions, because I would like to entertain questions from you, I am including here in my presentation deck some inspirations for pitching. I will be sharing this presentation with you, references and other additional readings for your pitch preparation, and that's it. So if you have questions, we still have, I think, 5 minutes. You can unmute yourself and I'll be happy to entertain your questions. All right. Is there any question? Let me see in the chat box. Yes, the VUM will email my presentation, so we will share them with you.
Yes, Cheryl, thank you so much. As always, you're brilliant. Thank you. It was helpful to me, and I cannot imagine. And you know, this is after I don't know how many Zoom sessions and pitches we've had in the past, and I'm sure that the students will also be able to benefit from this wisdom. I told you guys, you have to listen carefully, because everything you need to know tomorrow is your tomorrow's pitches will be and has been told by Cheryl. I see questions, and I also want to thank you, Cheryl, for confirming that you agree that we circulate the presentation. A note to everyone, this presentation and the previous one already sent through. Please, this is only for your use and guidance for the purposes of the hackathon. No further circulation or forwarding to other recipients is allowed. Okay, we're going to, without our specific permission. So Cheryl is very generous, and we also have shared our presentation only to help you prepare for this particular event. And we only email the presentations to those who are listed here as being present today. Thank you so much. I see
Christina, I would like to answer one question from the chat box. Okay, so the question is from Ala. One question about the slides. You said not to do PowerPoint. Can we use other slides websites? So I think you're asking if you can use other presentation programs. Yes, you can use Google Slides, you can use Canva, or any other presentation programs or websites or presentation creator that you can use out there. Personally, I like Google Slides and Canva in my presentation. So, but yes, definitely, it's not limited to PowerPoint. So I hope you, I was able to answer your question, Ala. Thank you so much. Okay.
Any other questions? So guys, thank you so much, Cheryl. Once again, I see also people thanking you in the chat box. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it a lot and has learned a lot. Before, guys, we give you time to get some lunch and start actually afterwards your work in the breakout sessions. A couple of important information on our end. Once again, I'm going to share my screen. So, quick reminder, remember, these are the challenges being faced by the company in the aftermath of the 2020 immediate crisis. So feel free to refer to figures in the presentation as a starting point. And we have 4 clusters. We have the design and development of new products and services. We have the development of new and penetration of new markets. For obvious reasons, that's much needed with all the travel restrictions and the COVID limitations we're living through. The design of new communication and promotion measures and strategy, how to actually spread the word about everything that has been done or is being done for the purposes of overcoming issues and problems with the COVID, and how to actually spread the news about the place being safe and secure and attractive to tourists despite the COVID pandemic. And finally, the talent management issue and how to retain employees, how to inspire employees, how to encourage them, how to improve, to help employees improve performance, you name it. So Cheryl also mentioned in the course of her presentation, she gave some tips what you can eventually focus on when thinking about providing and proposing a solution to improve talent management at the company. So you're familiar with these challenges because those were sort of identified at the registration phase. What is important for tomorrow and also for your afternoon work? On top of Cheryl's very helpful presentation. So we have 85 confirmed participants from universities, from the 7 universities in Belarus, Armenia, and Moldova, and also from some external companies or NGOs. My point is that we have we've enjoyed huge interest upon registration. There are like over 50 registered participants today, but I see that many of you are sitting in groups working already together physically, which is great that you guys can be in the same room. That's fantastic. I'm happy to see some of you together. We will in any case have 24 pitches tomorrow maximum. And the teams are identified by or sort of distributed by and allocated by your coordinators have been sent to us. So we already know who is who in each of the teams of Kavar State University, Brussels State University, also the partners in the 3 partner universities in Armenia, in Moldova, the Minsk Innovation University, and the colleagues and partners and students in Gomel. So my point is that even if we will circulate. We will distribute the breakout session rooms during the lunch break. So don't leave this session. We will just distribute you, and then once you come back from your lunch, you will see within the Zoom link a pop-up window to click in in order to enter your previously predefined allocated breakout session. Remember the 5-minute rule. Please think of Cheryl all the time when you're preparing your pitch. Remember the 4 minutes, 55 seconds rule to be precise. Also the maximum 10 slides, including the thank you and an introduction and welcome. And also, as mentioned earlier, you have to focus on in each of your pitches. Each team will have 1 pitch, 5 minutes, 10 slides, and ideally you have to cover these points in one way or another. The sequence is your choice, but ideally you should follow what Cheryl so graciously shared as wisdom with you based on her experience. So the team, of course, if you're presenting alone, because we have, let's say, one group in or one pitch to be prepared by one single person. Let's say there is a student in Belarus. I think there are also colleagues in students in Moldova who wanted to do this. In any case, if you're alone, also you have to obviously focus on your own, not on the whole team. If you are in a team, think of the others, be appreciative of their support, regardless of the fact that you're the presenter and the face and the speaker for these 5 minutes. You have to find a way to highlight the other's contribution and role, and also to focus on the solution relevance, the innovative aspects. Remember, this is an open innovation hackathon, so we will pay a lot of attention on innovation. So the more innovative your solution is, the better. And also to what extent could be sustainable, including from financial point of view. And finally, the award criteria. Remember, Cheryl told you that whenever presenting, always or pitching, always performing, always bear in mind the award criteria and organize your content and presentation around these. And in our case, we're going to focus on originality. Each pitch will be, will be each pitch will be assessed based on the level of originality, its relevance, sustainability, originality or innovation. Obviously, the relevance, sustainability. We will actually also pay attention on the environmental aspect. Remember, Europe, so we're very much into the new Erasmus Plus era of greening higher education. Europe is focused on the Green Deal, so the environmental aspect is actually underpinning, should be underpinning any academic, educational activity, including and also any business and economic activity at large. In other words, so the more environmental friendlier your solution is, the better. And of course, how you present, it also plays a huge role, a huge to the 10 points. So as you can see, it's 100 points, and we'll have because more of us will be in the panel, and we don't have tomorrow the time to discuss among each other. I mean, the UN team, we're going to have more than one, probably 3 panel members. Also, Sherry will be in the panel, and each of us will be giving points on their own, and then we'll create a consolidated mark based on these criteria within each particular pitch. And remember, we will be announcing one winner per challenge. So we will cluster the presentations and the pitches around the topics. We will start tomorrow with those focusing on design and development of new products and services. We will then, regardless of the number, whether it's 5 or 6 or 10, we will listen to those. Then we'll move to the next cluster. And again, in a sequence, we will listen to all the pitches to focus on development and penetration of new markets. Afterwards, the communication and promotion measures and strategies, and finally the talent management. In other words, and this is the sequence, and also in other words, if you are preparing a pitch on design and development of new products, you will be called upon in the first group and be ready to, it will be our solution in what or decision in what sequence we will invite you to talk. So you just have to be ready with your slides, and all the members included should have also their cameras switched on during the pitch presentation, even if they're not in the same room, chat room, in the same Zoom room, etc. I'll remind you of all these tomorrow, no problem. Main point is that you focus on one challenge today in the afternoon. You think of the award, bear in mind the award criteria, and also you follow Cheryl's instructions on how to pitch best in the best possible way when preparing. Now it's 12:32 to be precise in Brussels, or 1:30 in Bulgaria, and we're going to give you 30 minutes for a lunch break. In the meantime, do not leave the Zoom, the main Zoom room, because we will distribute you to your own previously assigned breakout sessions. Once you're back from your lunch at 1 p.m. Brussels time, you'll be able to click on the pop-up box and enter together with your friends. If you're working alone and you don't want to be in Zoom, that's fine. Also, if some of you, I see, for instance, a team of bearers of Goma, they're sitting in the same room. So we'll distribute the rooms, breakout sessions anyway. It's your choice whether to use it or not. But in any case, if you want us to visit you during your breakout session, please be inside it. Otherwise, it's impossible for us to, just go to Goma right now and talk in person to any of you, to speak figuratively. So my point is that if you will be, once the breakout sessions start, we'll visit those and gladly talk to any of you who would be having questions for us to ask. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. Then just simply don't enter the room. But we will also distribute that anyway, because we have a system already established. It's not that easy to organize a huge event for 25 or more teams. And finally, for the wrap-up session of today, so you'll have plenty of time to work, 3 hours and 15 minutes. To work on your own, virtually, face-to-face, your choice. If you want us to visit, you stay online in your breakout sessions. Main point at 4:15 Brussels time afternoon, that is 5:15 in Bulgaria, in Chisinau, I think in Minsk as well. Sorry, I can't remember Yerevan. I think you guys are an hour ahead. At 4:15 Brussels time, all of us will be back to this room to just wrap up and conclude the session. If for some reason some of you can't make it at the end, it's not a problem, but tomorrow morning we look forward to seeing you at 9, like starting the actual work at 9 p.m. Brussels time. Remember, today registration started at 9, but tomorrow you already know how to register and everything else. So tomorrow, 9 a.m. Brussels time here, for those who for one reason or another can't make it to the wrap-up session in the afternoon. In any case, we will be online at 4:15 Brussels time for any questions you might have also. So this is from us for now. Enjoy your lunch break, and afterwards we wish you a very productive work in your breakout sessions. And if you have any questions, send an email to erasmus@umk.eu, because that's the easiest way and the quickest way for us to answer and to address your request. Thank you so much for your attention and time so far. You've been a great audience, and I hope you'll have productive meetings in the afternoon. Stay tuned. Do not leave the Zoom link. And like I said, in the course of the next 20 minutes, we will also send you to your own breakout session room. Thank you so much. Thank you, Cheryl. See you later. See you later all. Have a lovely lunch break.
клипы делаешь, просмотров.
Oh, hello, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sorry, I can hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I have a question. As I see that I'm working alone, is it supposed to be so, or I don't know?
You are not supposed to be alone. There are other people in your groups. Maybe they still haven't been back from break. As the moment they come, I will assign them to your group. As per now, I can only advise you to work on whatever you have already prepared. And when somebody joins, you will see him or her in the room together with you.
Okay, but what about if I want to work alone? I have an idea and I want not to waste the time.
You can start on doing that. If nobody shows up, then you will be the only one in your group. If the other people show up, you will have to work in a group. As per now, you're the only one that I can see in this room, so you can start working alone, and maybe somebody will show up, maybe will not. I can't really tell you.
Okay, but what about the topic? Should we choose it or?
Have you been provided a topic?
Well, I chose two topics in registration form. About talent management and penetrating new markets, but I want to work only on talent management topic. Is it okay?
From what I see in my list, your group is supposed to work on development and penetration of new markets. I don't think that we can change this now. So this is the topic that your group has been assigned to.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, but what if I will work alone? Can I choose another topic?
No. I don't think so. I don't think so because it was already been pre-assigned in the lists when the groups were scheduled.
Mm-hmm. So you say the penetration of new markets, yes, but this topic, what is this supposed to be? Because I don't understand it. We should work on some ideas only for the Albena resort, yes?
You know what? I have to double check because right now I'm really concentrating on the technical support part, but let me just double check for you because if you haven't prepared anything, then I'm not sure how to help you. But let me get back to you when I ask my superior, okay?
Okay. But can I speak with her or she's busy?
I'm not really sure. Right now, I would just advise you so you don't waste time to start on this subject because it was already been pre-assigned. Let's see if somebody else join in so you can talk to them also about this subject. And I will get back to you. I'm not really sure when, but just not to lose time, I would just advise you to start on this one.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hammer. Neatřerilmezi. Esi teamwork-ը կարող է supporting։
Հա, ինչի՞ չէ որ, բայց ախր բանը է, այդքան շատ թիմը չպետք է քաշեշտենք, ինչքան որ այնց մարքեթինգ այն է գաղափարը, բայց կարելի է այնց թվում։ Բեր հա, բեր երկուսը իրար հետ կհամատեղ ինչ չփնգա։ Հենց ամբողջ բանը այդ թիմային աշխատանքն է, էլի միացրա։ Այնա կանենք հետը։ Բայց չէ՞ որ հայերեն ենք խոսում։
Հա։
Սաբինան լեզվոսում է։
Group project-ը կարող լավն լինքը։
Սրա գույներն են, մի քիչ շատ, այդ որ հիմա պահում ես, այս դեղին ու կապույտը լավն է։
Ես ասում եմ մի հատ այստեղ սպասել եք գտնեմ։ Այսինքն right here. Slides go-ից։ States template-ը քաշենք տանենք PowerPoint, հետո տանենք Prezi։
Հա, վերանենք։ Ես ինչքան մարքեթինգ չի ստացվում քաշելը, լավ էլ արա ես կտենամ ոնց ես անում։
Social media strategy։ Բան ենք պրեմիում է, իրեն չենք կարող քաշենք։
Լավ։ Հա, սրանք է պրեմիում։ Personal academy. Բավար։ Մի քիչ բան է, ոչին բան չասում է, պրոստը շատ հասարակ է։ Մի քիչ ուզում եմ գույներ լինի, բայց ոչ շատ։
Սպասի գրենք, տուրիզմով փորձենք գրենք, տուրիզմը ավելի է տեք բան բերը։